Hey, hey, everybody. Hello, hello. How's it going, Zizivivification? Charnin. Yeah, I would definitely rate Tantrum over Talk to the Hand. If we're talking floor 1 Watcher here. Gives you a 1-cost Wrath entry, in addition to being really good damage for a single card. To the point where you don't even need to upgrade Eruption if you have a Tantrum. You could even remove the Eruption if you really wanted to, although I still would advocate for getting rid of Defense first. Happy Pride, Faley. How's it going, Newberchester? Long-time YouTube watcher coming to the stream for the first time? Well, welcome. Welcome to the Spire. Hey there, Samamir. Heck yeah. It's that time of year. East Coast Ghost. Your name reminds me of Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. Love the birthday stream on the unedited channel and hope I had as much fun playing those fun P-Box runs as you did watching. Oh, they were definitely fun. They were definitely fun. Speaking of, that is the goal today, is have some fun. I thought about playing some silent runs today, but thought about it for about 10 seconds, realized I want to play play fast and loose, and just bonk stuff. So that's what I'm going to do instead. Yeah, we'll do this on the 820 account. Red Guy Gaming. Get Knived says, how high is the Spire? I don't think any explicit height is stated. I think it's even kind of implied to be infinitely tall in some sort of supernatural way, or at the very least, it is miles and miles high, stretching into the clouds. It's a bizarre structure. How the Spire came to be is not clear at all. Wonder if we'll get more of the lore in Slay the Spire 2. Sounds like Bludgeon Waiting Room. I would love a big bonk. Give me a big bonk card. None of these can be bonk. There is a chance for a free Burning Elite. Interesting. It's not a good path, though, so I won't take it. 4 elites up the left side. Now we're talking, though. What lets me do that? What lets me do that? We can upgrade, remove 2, or boss swap. Who's our Wreck boss? Ian. Okay, don't remove 2 defends then. I could maybe try removing 1 strike and 1 defend. I don't know if that gets me strong enough early, but let's find out. It's like an empty cage start of sorts. Where Hippie, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Welcome, welcome. I think with this upcoming draw, I don't want to play the Bash. It's better to just play 2 strikes. Or at least very close. Do you mind? Mr. Worm. Okay, pretty good, pretty good. Cleave, Twin Strike, Carnage. These are all very good cards to start here. Thinking we probably want... probably want to take something that can hit multiple targets. Or something that can be played alongside Bash in general. Which is not the Carnage here. Might take Cleave over Carnage. It's nice having another attack for 1 energy that does better damage than a strike. French Fry Apocalypse, thanks for 22 months of support. Who's the character that I've learned the most from throughout the 820 Streak Challenge? Definitely the Ironclad, I feel like we learned the most on so far. But I'm not done with the Silent yet, so I think there's still plenty of time to learn and improve. My favorite Spire character is the Defect. I think the Defect just has the most different, unique ways to win the game. Such that you can play Defect essentially forever without ever having to repeat a method of victory. Pretty cool character. Well, nice. Et Tito, thanks for the 5 months of support. Oh, sweet. We also get a Twin Strike, although that's not a bad armaments. I do think we need one other decent slapper of a card. Hopefully armaments will appear in the next card reward, so that I can feel justified in taking it. I would take a Shrug It Off as well. I think that would be just fine. Cleave would have been good there. Full health is nice, though. Pommel Strike or Whirlwind. Ooh, now I regret taking Cleave a little bit. If I could upgrade Whirlwind, we're in business. That said, I don't think I can upgrade Whirlwind. Certainly not before the first elite, which makes me want to take the Pommel Strike. That's what I think. Let's do that. I'm going for the elites here. We get another remove. Okay, I'll remove another basic strike since I've added several better attacks. This is more removes than you usually get early Act 1, but I think it can really set you up for a very powerful deck. In order to make this work, though, you need a bunch of added high-quality cards, better yet, upgraded cards. No upgrades for us yet, though. Let's kill this one. Cleave would do it perfectly. Come on, Cleave. Perfect. Cleave, defend, defend. This never attacks 3 times in a row, so next turn it buffs, we can kill it with Bash. Get a Heart of Iron, there we go. Okay, 4 elites should be very doable with these potions and these cards. Question is, do we want a Dark Embrace? Currently, we have a bit of a weakness to the 3 Sentries fight. I would have to use the Heart of Iron. Dark Embrace could help fix that. That said, we don't have any cards that say Exhaust on them, meaning this is not very good at the moment. But it becomes better later, and with so many removes, I would say we have Curse Tolerance. That is, we can take a card that doesn't do anything yet, and it's okay. Let's take it. Surely it will become good. Or at least I can maybe play it for free in this fight. This is probably a fight where I use the Heart of Iron, because this is not a good matchup for us with this deck. We're going to have to spend all of our energy on attacking. Let's actually play the Bash over the Dark Embrace here. Hey there, Mic'd Up. Here's a full list of all the mods that I use. Most of these are available on the Steam Workshop. There's also that exclamation point mods link there, a full breakdown on the website for all the mods that I use. By and large, all the mods I use are just informational mods or display mods. That is, they make it easier for me to communicate to viewers what's going on in the game, but they do not change the gameplay at all from the vanilla game, with the exception of RNG Fix, which sort of scrambles the random events in the game such that I cannot predict them, because the vanilla Spire RNG is predictable in a few ways. So in order to prevent metagaming nonsense, which would result in... it would not be good stream quality content, I don't feel like, to start metagaming around the RNG. So I'd rather play a version of the game where I don't know what's going to happen, as intended by the developers. Yeah, let's just tank all the hits here. Gotta kill this thing. The longer we're sticking in this fight, the worse it's going to get. Yeah, ideally we kill it before the next attack. So take 2 blaps of 14 here, and then win. Before this slap comes in. Yeah. Not too bad. We score an Omamori, negating the first 2 curses we would obtain. That has some utility to it. There are a couple events coming up later this act that could be a curse. You could even have the rare use Omamori to acquire the Golden Idol moment. Those are uncommon, but they do happen. Do I want to put a clothesline in this deck? No, I do not. Absolutely not. No, thank you. We get to upgrade our first card here. I think it probably should be Cleave, so that we have a better multi-enemy damage plan. Not just for the Sentries Elite coming up, but also for any multi-enemy encounters in the Act 1 hard pool or in Act 2. I think getting and upgrading one area damage card on every run of Slay the Spire is a reasonable practice to maintain. Just a good idea in general. It is Mr. Knobber, though. Is this one of those moments where I might want to use Liquid Bronze because 6 damage against Knob makes a difference? Let's do some math next turn. It's a pretty good draw. So, 32 health. This does 11. Brings it to 21. No longer going to be vulnerable. My best damage is 19. If I draw Pommel Strike, Twin Strike, Cleave, that would be 20, 30 damage. That would be 30 damage. And this 3 would actually make a difference. I'm going to drink this. I've seen only a couple of times in Slay the Spire across thousands of hours where a Thorns Potion makes a substantial difference against Gremlin Knob. But it does sometimes happen that just a little bit of extra damage makes a big change in how this fight goes. And so if you see yourself in such a situation, it could be worth it. We do not draw damage, though, so we're not getting any use out of this potion, alas. Do I Dex Potion to save some health? Does save a fair bit of health. But it does that in the next fight anyway. Okay, I'll just block one time then. Take my hits. Keep my potion. 13 is not a lot of health. That's definitely concerning. We do have an Akabeko, though. That's very good with Cleave. And Anger is very good with a small deck in general. Don't know how we're going to do through this sequence here. I'm going to take the Anger, but I'm a bit worried here. Molten Egg does not make things better, actually, because it only affects us after we get more card rewards, but if I don't survive, well, there won't be any more rewards then, will there? Good luck to us. 19 health is not very much for this fight. I can't open with this in the draw pile. I'm going to play the Dark Embrace. Unfortunately, because of Akabeko, I cannot play the Bash or the Anger here without waking it up. Yeah, this would be instant death, right? If we'd woken up last turn, so this is good now. Use the Akabeko on Twin Strike, and let's go. Really want to draw and play that, so I'm going to do that, even though maybe I shouldn't have. Gotta live this hit, which means 2 defends. Oh, I definitely didn't math that out. Yeah, we're dead. Exactly dead. Heck. But like I said, playing fast and loose. Did not get relics that helped us there. We did not get quite strong enough cards, and ultimately removing 2 was not a strong starting bonus. Let's do that again. Also, I think we bottom rolled our elite fight several times in a row. That's all right. Let's snipe some elites now. Give them to me for free. Please and thank you. Lime Boss? I'm going to take a headbutt. Some nice stuff here, but I'm going to hold off for the moment. See what's here. Hard remove that I don't have to permanently pay for. Fine. Cool. Take 26 damage then. Gonna go through the shop. Buy an on sale True Grit, that's fine. We get 1 free elite. Gives us the Courier and a Thorn's Pot, and Dark Embrace is back. That is part of why I died, but now we have a True Grit, so it's better. Yoink. Then we upgrade... Let's do True Grit first. And then we get a second free elite, Gremlin Knob. Bonk. Health going up. We have a Turnip, a Regen Potion, If we want, we can take a second Trigger It. Seems kind of good. I don't have that much damage for the next elite fight, though. Although, I'm not going to need to. Cool. Let's take another Trigger It then. Get another Relic. The Lantern for more energy on turn 1. Fight our third elite, the Sentries. Didn't even have the decency to draw Dark Embrace turn 1. That's a shame. We use the Thorns Potion here. Didn't want that Brutality. Although I don't think it was a bad card, mind you. Just didn't want it. Thank you for not deleting the strike. This turn might be bad. Oh, it's not. Cool. So now we draw a ton of cards, so even though we've deleted some of our cards, it doesn't really matter. Dark Embrace is doing all the work. Beautiful. Ooh, Offering? Offering's good. Bronze Scales are also pretty good. Offering with Dark Embrace. Definitely good. Still lacking the upfront damage cards, but I'm sure they'll appear alongside worse cards at some point, rather than just being offered the best everything forever. Which is currently what's happening. Shouldn't need to play Offering here. Seems like overkill. Take my healing. There's a damage card, Twin Strike. Welcome to the deck, Twin Strike. You do more damage than a strike, and therefore you're awesome. For this fight. Alright, we can go Dark Embrace, Double Strike. That's perfectly fine. Do expect to get reasonably bonked here. Looks like it might be a bit unreasonable, in fact. That is, we're taking this hit and next turn's hit, but ideally not the hit after that. We have Offering. Might not even need the Offering. Ow. Okay, not bad. Get a Singing Bowl. We can now skip cards to gain 2 max health, which is what I might do here. Although Bloodletting is very powerful. That's a way to generate energy, especially if you already have good card draw, and we do. So that's tempting. 2 more damage than a strike is a low bar to reach. True. Ever considered playing traditional roguelites like Caves of Khud or Tome? I have not done such a thing. I do have a game vote that I run each month that would be a really good way to get me to play such a game. Each month I allow the community to decide one game for me to play on stream. I've had a lot of really interesting games show up in that way. Zudi, thanks for the Prime sub and the 10 months of support. I think I'm going to take the 2 hit points currently, but we might want to consider a Bloodletting if we see one later. Wait, how am I still in... Oh, that's right. We did the whole double elite snipe thing. So I'm still in the easy pool here. Cool. That part's fun. You're a very easy fight. But you're just as rewarding as a regular fight. It's a win-win. What's my favorite previous game vote game? Ooh. That's a good question. I've had a lot of good ones appear. Against the Storm, probably. Yeah, probably Against the Storm. In terms of one that I've played the most after being a game vote game initially. Did I play the early access of Hades 2? I did, yeah. Really liked what I saw. It's a far more complete game than I originally expected. The armor that I wanted was last run, but it's still good. It's still very good. I'll take it. And I'll swap the energy pot for a block pot going into Guardian here. Ooh, and a free upgrade. Nice. Which Spire character do I enjoy playing the most? That's definitely Defect. Absolutely Defect. Something I want to see in Spire 2 is a random character button. Just give me a way to select a random character on the main screen. I'd also like to see alternate upgrade paths for cards, or multiple ways to upgrade cards, to add more choice and diversity to the deck building directly. Put that armor back on top. Upgrade more cards, please. Perfect. I'm going to play Offering, then Armaments can upgrade all of this. That's what we want. 90. It's a pretty good split setup, but we really want the Dark Embrace in play, so I'll play it. Dynamic deck pools would also be cool. I'd love to see alternate starting decks as a thing. Kind of like Zillions has, where you can unlock alternate sets of starting cards. I think that would be pretty neat. I don't like where this fight is going. I'm immune to Frail. Okay, that's not too bad then. Let's hit this one. Should have played Slime first, actually. Oh well. Oh boy. Here goes nothing. Sure wish I had that cleave from last run right by now. Okay, I'm gonna use this so I don't die. Maybe. Hopefully. Things are bad. This one. I was really hoping I'd draw a strike plus there. Do I double defend, or do I just kill it and take some damage? If I double defend, we're blocking 25, so only take 3? Let's do that. Get in there, Bronze Scales. I was worried about this. Uh-oh. Are we dead? I think we're dead. Dang it, Slime Boss. There's no draw that saves me? Question mark. No, there's no draw that saves me. We are dead. Again. That's how it is sometimes. Alright. Let's try a defect run. Let's try a defect run. Too many defense cards. We did buy the True Grit, that's true. That was on sale, though. Yeah, it's not like I skipped damage cards. I mean, there was one other Twin Strike. There was a Heavy Blade. I did skip Heavy Blade, that's true. And again, Heavy Blade. But we had no Strength. So it's not like there was good damage cards we got offered. We just took the good cards that we saw. Play Robot Run. Ooh, that's juicy. Definitely want to do that. Bonus points if we can get through the Burning Elite. Any starting bonus that makes that reasonable? 3 random potions is a way to do that, although since there's a shop here, I don't think that's necessary. That sounds like I can boss swap, or transform 2 cards. Actually, transform 2 on Defect is kind of sick. Although there is a lot of garbage you can get at the start, is there not? There is. Early Elite is not optional. Did the transform 2. Risk reward. Beam Cell Core Surge. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's the kind of start you want. Hell yeah. These nerds are dead. That's just a straight improvement in our starting damage, as well as giving us a powerful synergy card. You know what? I don't give Leap a lot of love. Today's a good Leap day. Give me a 9 block card. Look at that. Instantly blocking the Jawworm. The power of Leap. Sometimes you just gotta take a leap of faith, you know? I played any visual novels. We're playing Ace Attorney Chronicles later today. Let's add a Go for the Eyes. I would take Charge Battery if we didn't have Leap already. Pantsman Soy, thanks for the Prime sub and the 9 months. Upgrade 2 at random, you freaking better believe it. Core Surge with a plus. So do I go to this shop? It may not be necessary now. We got a Fire Potion. Let's take an event instead. Unless I really need to gear up for the Elite, which is reasonable. Events help with that. Maybe. Certainly this will help. Not quite, right? Take 1 currently. 50-50 to not take anything. 22 damage. Pretty good. Sunder. Skim or Reinforced Body. Wow. With Beam Cell and Go for the Eyes, I really like the Skim. But Sunder is pretty dang good, right? Sunder is amazing. Take a Sunder so we can kill the Burning Elite. That way we can upgrade the Sunder. Upgraded Sunder with Beam Cell does 48 damage, which is pretty big. Pretty dang big. We should be fine. Alright, 2 great potions. This Burning Elite is hosed here. Really like both Rebound and Hologram. Great with these zero-cost cards. I'm thinking Hologram, specifically. Could add another attack if we wanted to, but we've got pretty good damage. Let's add some control here. This is a really good late-game card. Next upgrade is Beam Cell. Could start with Beam Cell, Core Surge Strike. I prefer to open with Sunder. Would also be preferable to play Zap and let the Ascender's Bane exhaust before waking up here. I could even Zap Hologram Zap, but that would immediately wake up. Although that is perhaps ideal, because this is basically a full block next turn. So yeah, let's wake up now. Is it better to just play Sunder then, versus Zap Holo Zap? Having 3 Lightning Orbs in play does seem pretty important for this fight. See, that'd be 6 damage per turn, versus this is 24 outright. So as long as the fight goes on for more than 4 turns, it's better to Zap Holo Zap. Probably it will. Cancels out the regeneration nicely, too. At least we drew well on the blocks. Didn't get Beam Cell Sunder, but just drawing Sunder next turn would be perfect. Cool. Batter Strike Zap Dual Cast. Hold on, how much is that? This is 32. If I dual cast, we do 16. Then I regenerate the orb. Plus 6. That's less than 32. So yeah, just bonk it. And then probably I have to use 1 potion to finish the job here. We did redraw the Sunder. That's good. Looks like I can just explosive potion to get a kill. Nice. That was good. That was really good. We score the boot, improving the damage of Beam Cell, and go for the eyes. We get offered a Cool-Headed, our first orb card. This is a good time to add an orb card, and a good time to add a card that says draw. So I do like it. I like it a lot. Random Shop would be welcome now. Barrage Boot. I like that. This is not a random shop. This is a random relic, which is arguably good. Ow. 2 clicks for a preserved insect. Easily worth it. Excellent. And another relic, the ink bottle. More card draw. And some lice. Bit of a lousy turn 1, but we got block at least. Full block, in fact. Core Surge is not Sunder, but it will do as a stand-in for now. Dang it, Sunder. Dang it. Well, that's not good. Oh well. I could Fire Potion. Definitely don't want to do that. Take 4. 4 is not bad. All for 1. Glorious. We're pretty close to all for 1 being actually amazing, but I think I might want Skim. I think I want Skim here. And then we upgrade Beam Cell. Not going to take Claw. Definitely not taking Claw there. Labs, man, thanks for the 16 months of support. Hope I had a good birthday. I sure did. Definitely. Alright, we're just going to toast 1. Make this nice and easy. Bonk. Very free fight. Now we have an Omamori and a Power Potion and another Hologram, which I think is excellent in this deck. We're going to be really behind on upgrades for a while, but that's all right. Well, maybe not that long. We get a couple right away. Zap is looking like a pretty good upgrade with all these zero-cost cards that we're adding, or rather, with all the card draw that we're having. We want to have another zero-cost card. Could even argue for dual cast upgrade, although we don't have enough orb gen for that yet. Let's start with Zap. And then I think we start upgrading the card draw itself. Upgrade Cool-Headed or Skim. Upgrade the holograms, maybe. But Zap for now. Any love for the Go for the Eyes upgrade? That's also pretty good at the moment. Pretty good. If I play the Beam Cell, they'll wake up because I played the Zap. Maybe not my brightest move. Guess we wait. Neat. Close to being able to kill. Not quite there yet, though. If we just double defend, take one. Play this a little bit slow. Good fight. Darkstone Puriapt is not very helpful. Equilibrium, though, that sure is, letting us retain our hand for a turn and being a good block card. Now I want some energy-generating cards in this deck. For surezies. I'm going to upgrade a hologram for this fight. That's pretty good. Do we want to use one of the potions? Cultist Potion makes this fight much easier. Might as well. Give him the zip zap. And then go for the eyes for next turn. Thunder does not quite transform it here. So you're transforming now. Cool. Deck seems good. The damage. There we go. Bias Cognition pairs perfectly with Core Surge to give us lots of focus, lots of power. Love that stuff. Don't have a lot of Frost Orbs yet, but now we have really good reason to pick them up Or, oh, hear me out, or we could turn this into a Frozen Core run, wherein we say we will generate our own Frost Orbs for free automatically, allowing the rest of the deck to focus on scaling those orbs and direct attacks, as well as supplementary blocks. And that's what the deck is doing quite well already. So I really like Frozen Core. Although now the Zap upgrade is a little sad. We'd have preferred upgrading Dual Cast. That's alright. Transform and upgrade 3 cards, also pretty dang powerful here. I would get rid of probably Strike, Strike, Defend. That could be very good. But I am a really big fan of Frozen Core in general. I think it's just a very cool, unintended relic. And I like seeing what it can do. So we're going to try that. I'm going to see if we can put that thing to use. For better or worse here. Do have small elites. Okay, let's try this. That's a lot of fights. Only slightly afraid. I would definitely try an older style roguelike, Phaley. You know, ones that have 10-hour runs, because I'd expect in my first attempts I would not be getting to the 10-hour mark on those runs. I'm going to be dying a lot faster than that if I try an old-school roguelite, so no problem there. As for long RPGs, I think that might be more of a case-by-case basis. Like, do I want to play a Final Fantasy game on the game vote? I'd prefer not to, because I know what I'm getting in for, and I don't want to dedicate time to it. Wake of Insanity, thanks for the Prime sub and 40 months of support. Give it a bonk. Give that thing a bonk. We're gonna block the Frail? It's fine. We can just play biased. The normal way. Blocking Frail is not the worst thing anyway. So I have 18 block. I just need to block for a little bit more then. Defend will do it. And hologram beam cell. Here I do want the lightning orb because we're trying to kill this thing quickly. The longer this fight goes on, the worse things are going to get. Thunder can kill it, though. Nice fight. Ooh, wow. Wow. Chill Plus is a beautiful card. So pretty. With the Frozen Core, it's a little bit less necessary, although I do like that it can fill our Frost Orbs on turn 1 in a multi-enemy fight. The loop is indeed not bad, even though it's unupgraded. I also really like second Go for the Eyes here. Then we have no need to upgrade the first one, and we still have lots of card draw. I'm going to take the Go for the Eyes of those 3 choices. Ow. But my face. What's the right way to do this? Both going to get away from me. Maybe. Getting Sunder into my hand would be ideal, but I don't have any easy way to do that. Scheme into Equilibrium would at least let me look at a lot of cards next turn, or I can hologram something right now. Hologramming Zap is not bad. Skim. Didn't draw the Equilibrium, okay. Sounds like I need to holo Zap then. This might not work out very well. Okay, we did get Sunder back. That's gonna help a lot. I think we got him then. Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. No problem. No potion or anything required. We just win. Cross up MK. Thanks for the sweet 16 months of support. What about Streamline, though? Streamline's actually pretty good here, because we can draw back into it very quickly. Make it do bonus damage. I'd prefer an upgraded Streamline, but I'm okay upgrading it manually here. As part of our late game damage. We've already got the block plan really sorted. Yeah, let's take a Streamline. It's a weird acquisition for Act 2. Just hear me out. I think it's going to work. Medical Kit is pretty quaint. Really like the Bag of Preparation. Turbo. Turbo is pretty powerful, too. Turbo is very powerful, actually. Turbo Medical Kit's not really a thing, though. We definitely want Bag of Prep. For more cards on turn 1, we definitely want to remove a card. I'm thinking a Defend. And then I can buy, yeah, Turbo, right? Turbo. Turbo, turbo, turbo. Give me the turbo. I want to kill the sentry first this time. Good. Makes my life a lot easier. Really cool, we can just get the orbs back. I like it. How badly do we want an all-for-one now? Now that we have Turbo, it's a lot better. Turbo definitely makes it better. Rip and Tear with a plus. Interesting. I don't think that's necessary, but I do kind of like it. Rainbow makes orbs. We don't need to make orbs. We do that just fine on our own. Skip. We get through one more fight without substantial damage to ourselves? I'm hoping so. Get Core Surge on turn 1 of this fight. That's very helpful here. No confusion for me, thank you. Taking one is fine. Blessing of the Forge. Third hologram does interest me, but only if it were upgraded. I'm going to lose the Power Potion. Forge Potion is reliable. So is the Fire Potion. Power Potion cannot be relied on. I think Bronze Automaton, huh? That's not too scary. Champ would be scarier. Enough to merit a potion, maybe. 40 health. We don't need to rest. We're going to upgrade something important here. The Biased is pretty important. So is the Turbo. Bias seems like a really good upgrade, though. Let's get that done immediately. And let's see, who are we fighting as our first elite of Act 2? Mini Slavers, who are gonna die. Good. Can employ one or both potions if we see fit here. Looks like if I use them both, we get to full block, which is kind of nice. I do want to fight 2 more elites, ideally. I think we just use the fire potion. I'm only taking 3? Yeah, it's not worth it. Block the weakness. Although that means the biased will have a real downside. That's fine. Oh. So I can hologram beam cell sunder? You got it. Kill this guy. Beautiful. Even set the ink bottle to 9 here. Great fight. We got an incense burner. Consume is offered. We had a way to make orb slots. This consume would be amazing. I think with the bias cognition, we currently don't need it. Skip. Am I still good to not rest here? I'm not sure. I guess I am, right? I guess so. I'm gonna upgrade that turbo. It's a good upgrade. I hope. Actually, maybe we upgrade cool-headed first. Get more draw. Kunai, oh my. A deck with 0 cost attacks on Defect is a deck that loves a Kunai. That's going to allow us to scale very well defensively. That almost makes me want to take less elites now. Almost. Oh. Warped Tongs, huh? Upgrade a random card in our hand every turn of combat. All for the low price of -1 Omamori charge. I'll take that. That's sweet. Free Tongs. All right, now we can do 2 elites. We have all the good stuff going on. Let's mess with the best. Let's do it. All right, this surely is our Forge Potion. Upgrade this turbo, upgrade the other hologram. Can do a lot of stuff this turn. Beautiful. And then I can just hologram Streamline a 3rd time. Or I can holo turbo. Full block. Only 2. I'll take 2. 2 is fine. Sweet. Kunai GG. Already at 2 dexterity here. Don't play this, just let the turn end so Ink Bottle is on 9. Great fight. Get an Ornamental Fan. Okay, now if we activate the Kunai, we also get 4 block. I don't think I want 2 streamlines, though. It's not necessary. Hello. Have the opportunity to do the funniest turn 1 of all time. Wait, can I actually? 6? No, I can't double sender. Shame. Oh well. I think we still want to hit this lady first. Not often I go for Mystic first, but today seems to be a good day for it. Seven by 3, huh? No problem. Block that in my sleep. Lith, thanks for the Prime sub and 22 months of support. Could have maybe considered setting up the burner a bit more for the next fight. Oh my good lord. Holy moly, that is so good. That is so good. That is the best card we could have possibly found. Consume, come back. No, it's fine. Capacitor is glorious here. More slots for more orbs that will automatically fill themselves with beautiful, beautiful stuff. Full block. Although if I streamline turbo, we do get a point of dex. Might as well. Well, it's a bit overkill, but I'll take it. We'll take it. Block 21. This is a bit more than that. Or no, that is 21. Well, either way, we are untouchable now. And our enemies will perish. Ideally, we want to set up Incense Burner for Bronze Automaton, but that's for next fight. We have one more combat coming up. Glad I took all these elite fights. They were easier than I thought. Now that we have Capacitor, life is really good. Bottled Tornado. We can bottle our Bias Cognition. Or the Capacitor. Actually, Bottled Capacitor seems kind of badass. Let's take another skim, by the way. Yeah, I don't really want to bottle Biased because it needs to have Core Surge played first. So let's bottle the Capacitor. How patient would I say I am with complex games? Good question. I am sometimes patient. Only sometimes, though. Today I'm not. I have no patience in me. Quite. we want to kill now if we want Burner to work, right? I think so. Perfect timing. Just took a skim, so I don't need a cool-headed. That's what the Frozen Core is for. Upgrade Turbo. All right, Mr. Tomato Head. Prepare yourself for devastation. If I play Turbo, I can make Streamline cheaper. That's worth it too. Gonna need the Streamline for this fight. Definitely. Very good draw order. This should be a very easy fight. Yes, Wrinkle Star, if you gain Artifact after playing the Bias Cognition, then you'll block one turn of Focus Down, rather than all of the Focus Down. Let's do it this way. Take the Void out of the discard pile. And then shuffle. Get second Lightning Orb. Draw. Let's go Turbo. Strike, strike. Keep gaining Dexterity. Streamline gets upgraded. That's good news. Nice. Shred through the artifact. Also good. Or like Diaper Beam. What do these bronze calipers do? They upgrade a random card in our hand every turn, which is why everything has become upgraded over the course of this fight. It's like a very slow apotheosis kind of deal. Too bad. GG. Second Biased or second Core Surge? I think in this case I prefer second Core Surge, as it means we're more likely to be able to get the one Biased we have in play for free. I guess that's kind of true with the second Biased as well. I think it's more true with the second Core Surge, though, hopefully. And then we can later on pick up another Biased or something, or even duplicate it with Dolly's Mirror. Let's take the Core Surge. Wow, not even one inserter. I have these three lame options. Okay, actually, these are pretty sweet. Runic Pyramid, of course, means that we always get to do the thing with the Bias and the Core Surge. That alone is worth picking this for. Also means that the holograms are more reliable, the turbo works fully, the kunai scales better. Oh yeah, we're gonna be in great shape here. We won't have energy except for again when we play turbo. If we want direct energy, we could take Coffee Dripper, 1 energy per turn. Don't have a way to heal, which makes it a little bit worse. I'm taking Pyramid. I think that's a very good Runic Pyramid. As for how we kill Reptomancer, well, Sunder's going to have a lot of say in that matter. Repto doesn't scale either, so we can actually get pretty powerful against Repto pretty quickly. And then just shut her down. Might even be able to do 3 elites here. That'd be nice. I would be okay taking 999 gold from Mind Bloom. When would I say Pyramid is better than Energy? If you have A, lots of zero-cost cards, B, energy-generating cards, and/or C, cards that have direct synergy with each other. Cards that are much more effective if played in tandem, because you can always line up that combo. Like a Flex Heavy Blade, for example, also makes Runic Pyramid way stronger. Way stronger. Hit points are hard. Repto scales by giving us wounds, that is true. But we're not afraid of that. Not really. Having lots of removes also makes the pyramid stronger. Having cards that scale with the number of cards in your hand, stuff like Fiendfire or Second Wind, also pretty good. Deck now wants a recycle, though. Big time wants a recycle. But a glacier instead. All right. Sure. Ow. There's that recycle I wanted. That is a lot of damage. Thunder. Sunder saves a lot. A little bit spooky. Okay, that's right. We have intangibility, though. That's right. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Ali Rise. Did you hear about the man who invented a pencil with 2 erasers? Unfortunately, it's entirely pointless. How's it going, Lester? What is the most efficient way to defend with Ironclad? Has lost a heart with a demon form run because your setup was too slow. Ironclad has a lot of different block cards, but not many of them are up to the task of blocking the heart. The block methods that work really well involve usually the Impervious card, 30 block for 2 energy, 40 if upgraded, bonus points if you can play Entrench afterwards, More bonus points if you also have Barricade. Barricade, Impervious, and Trench does wonders. Feel No Pain is a very good way to block as well. Feel No Pain plus a lot of ways to exhaust cards. Corruption, Second Wind, Fiendfire are all very good. And then Second Wind in general, specifically Second Wind plus Power Through. Power Through is a lot of block and adds wounds to your hand. Then you play Second Wind, get rid of the wounds, and get more block. It's a 2-card combo for 2 energy, and it blocks for tons. Just tons. Does this deck want another turbo? It might. This deck is pretty energy hungry. I'm going to take it. Oh, and purple Fire Spirits. We can donate a card here. If we give up a rare card, we'll gain 10 max health. Or we can just give up a starting card, which is perfectly fine by me. Lose strike, please. Transient. Be gone, Transient. No one invited you. So we're blocking 33 already. Good. Bonk. I definitely want to recycle. Power. This is actually a decent card with a kunai and the fan. I think it's necessary. Not bad, though. Not bad. Yeah, we're going to take some elites here. It's going to be good, I hope. Not what I wanted. Oh, good lord. What? Help! Please no. Why are they all attacking me? Again. This is the most dangerous 4-shapes fight ever. They're attacking for 42 on turn 1. What? It's too much. It's entirely too much. Yeah, I guess it's time to use the fire potion. Save me a little bit of health here. I get to draw 1. Yeah. Ouch. Guess take 8 is not that bad, though. There we go. Next up is an elite. In case of Reptomancer, we want to end with Incense Burner on 4 here. So kill next turn. With Bottle on 9, preferably. Cool. Okay, Relic set up perfectly. Echo Form is here. First card you play each turn is played twice. Now we can use both Core Surges successfully, too. That's very strong. Very, 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 very strong. I can get more upgrades if I fight less elites. Do I want to do that? I have to fight a lot less elites. No, I don't want to do that. Although it is quite a few more upgrades. We have the Warp Tongs anyway, although the really important stuff is not guaranteed to be upgraded. I think we're fine. It is indeed Repto. So the question was asked, how do you beat Repto with this deck? Looks like the answer might be that we tank 18 damage on turn 1. That or I lose the Echo Form. This is why I was hemming and hawing about the upgrades, by the way. Echo Form is a pretty good upgrade for the deck at the moment. This is why. If I could keep it in my hand by having it upgraded, that'd be sweet. I guess what I can do is play Skim. We can look at a whole lot of cards, and if we get Turbo, life is a lot better. Skim for Turbo. We do get a Turbo. Okay, sweet. So I can Turbo, Hologram, Turbo, and then we can Core Surge, Echo Form. Perfect. We don't have to kill both of these daggers or even either of these daggers. In fact, I could just do Equilibrium Echo Form. That's arguably better. In fact, we don't want to kill either of these daggers because we want to force Repto to attack us next turn. If there are 4 daggers summoned, then Reptomancer has to attack. And we want her to attack along with all of the daggers because we're intangible here. These bottom 2 daggers are going to self-KO. They are going to remove themselves from the battle here with their second attack. They do 25 damage and then die. So we don't have to worry about these at all. In fact, we're just going to kill the top ones, so we don't have to deal with those next turn. Thunder tries to double, but it fizzles because the target died after the first one. That means the second card we play is going to get doubled. Let's double this Core Surge here. Actually, let's double Capacitor. And then Core Surge, kill this one. And then zap. Block the weakness. All the daggers are dead. Nice. Very nice. I really want to draw cards here. That's fine, right? That's fine. We're all powerful now. Yeah, we beat Reptomancer by doing this. No problem. Cool. Boot thingy giving us block on turn 3 is pretty good. I don't think we want a chill or a bullseye or a tempest. Skip. Well, could get 2 upgrades. I want the shops, though. The shops are going to remove cards, specifically unupgraded cards, and that's just as good as upgrading cards when we have Warp Tongs. Well, maybe not quite just as good, but almost as good. It is almost as good as upgrading cards. But only almost. Interesting set of 3 enemies here. Could be a bit tough. Although not with Core Surge biased on turn 2. Never mind. Seems easy. Got him. Next elite, not for a while. I don't have enough powers for heat sinks to be good, unfortunately. I do like heat sinks, but they're not good here. Transient the rematch. Wait, this time is not as good. We don't have burner set up properly for this fight. That's a bit spooky, actually. Ow. Oh, good. Yep, you can face any enemy in this Spire more than once. How the rule works is that for elites, you cannot face the same enemy twice in a row. So after fighting Giant Head, you cannot fight Giant Head until you face a different elite. After you do that, then the third elite can be Giant Head again. But for regular combats, the rule is you cannot face the same encounter for the last 2 fights. So if we ran into Transient here, then this had to be something else, and this had to be something else, but now we can run into Transient again here or whatever. I think we had one here. So after 2 fights that are not Transient, we can fight Transient again. Go for him. Should make life quite a bit easier. More intangible on this turn. Nice and easy. Algorithm Plus. Sometimes I get asked, when is too late to take a genetic algorithm? My usual answer is around the end of Act 2 is too late for it to be any good. Unless it's upgraded, then you can take it around the beginning of Act 3. Unless you also have an Echo form, in which case, there is no such thing as too late. Because we can buff this thing by 6 block per fight. So it goes from 1, 7, 13, 19, 25, 31 in the second boss fight. We can have it up to almost 40 by the hard fight. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. No sundial for us. Ha ha ha. Excellent. We've had first bias, yes, but what about second bias cognition? To go with our second core surge. Now we truly are going to be unstoppable. With that, we're not going to need consume. We can also remove a card. We have another shop coming up, so we just save money for that. Yeah, bias, remove, and save. I agree. Nemesis. No! I knew that was going to happen. No. All right, rip 3 block off algorithm permanently. Dang it. That's why we have to upgrade that. Oh well. Blocking is a good idea too. Did you know that, Twitch chat? Blocking actually good. Who knew? Okay, we still have to play it one time. Let's make sure we do that. Good. Juzu bracelet. A 3rd turbo. How about another hologram? Let's take one more of those. 3 turbos seems like too many turbos, I think. Pretty sure. Unlimited blocking power. Nothing can touch us with these orbs. No way. Claw plus power? Scrape is almost decent. I don't think so, though. Orange pellets are, in fact, here, allowing us to play a power attack and skill in one turn to remove all debuffs. Makes our bias cogs completely failsafe, and allows us to remove other debuffs, too. Take that. That's worth losing a remove for. Then with the money from the last elite, we can afford 1 remove in the final act. I'll take it. Beautiful. So I don't care if we lose our artifact to that, for example. Doesn't matter. My hand is full. So is my Discord pile. Right, I think we're invincible now. Seems pretty good. Put burner on 4. That would be helpful-ish. Close to it. I guess we get 3. Art of War is really good here. Second Glacier feels unnecessary. Skip. Got a recall. No choice there. We gotta kill these bird nerds before they become a real problem. Let's take 12. Thinking about it. I could turbo defend, hollow defend. Alright, fine. Does seem wise. Give me the multi-attack on this turn, you absolute jerk. Got a double sunder to kill someone. Yeah, we start with double sunder. Too bad. These cards. Awesome. Going Piano Bluke. This is going well. This poor nerd bird. He's in for a bad time. Put all these voids in my deck. Past Baylor. Heck, that guy. He set me up to fail. Been sabotaged. Infidel Zombie, you just made me think of this joke. What do trees do when they need advice? They conifer-eyed with each other. Oh, that almost worked. Like, conifer hide in one another. They have a coniference. No, that's better. Yes, they have a coniference. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. It's upgraded now, but my hand is bad anyway, so might as well just play it. Good talk. Ouch. Big ouch. Alright, now we're good. Scale to unlimited power. Double zap. This is not seeded, that's correct. We just naturally made 20 focus. Like a cheater. Like a filthy cheater. Can I set up my incense burner correctly? Can if I get rid of all the lightning. Cool. There we go. Perfect. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this part of the Spire, the source of all this focus? We deal 2602. Heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Heck yeah. We are missing 9 HP. No, 11 HP. Even worse. Resting might be better than upgrading Bias Cog. Feels bad. We have just enough money to remove. That's probably what I'm going to do. Although Recycle is also here. Very powerful. Recycle's pretty good. I think we're fine, though. What happened to Echo Form upgrade? Warp Tongues will probably get it. Well, maybe not, huh? This is a peak moment for the Echo Form upgrade, gotta say. Dang it. Dang. Oh well, I don't need to upgrade Echo Form to win this fight. Really don't. Let's just go Bias Paw, Glacier. Should be enough of a block, right? It's not quite, actually. No, it's not quite enough on its own. Alright, I'll Distilled Chaos, too. Perfect. Wait. Damn. Okay, we still got it though, because we can go for the eyes, hologram, sunder, turbo, sunder, dead. Okay, fight's easy now. Don't play any lightning because I want to set up the burner for the heart. $32 incoming, we blocked for 31. Yes, my brain counted 24, which is why I used the potion. I think I forgot the Frozen Core Orb. So that's why. Are there any traditional roguelites I was particularly interested in playing? Stone Shard, if that counts. Not gonna kill this turn, huh? Actually, wait, can I? A Streamline and the Lightning Orb won't do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I have a Lightning Orb. Should not have done that. Give me Glacier then. We can fix this. Okay, we can fix it. Have I played Dave the Diver? Yes. I did not like Dave the Diver. Oh, I don't have Decoform in play. Oh, you're hosed then. Damn it. Oh well, 0 is actually fine for burner. Get a Cultist Potion. And some stuff. Okay, I think we're in great shape for the heart here. We even got Genetic Algorithm on turn 1. Ended up being only 31 block, which is not as much as we wanted, but it's still pretty dang good. What entices me specifically about Stone Shard? I like the visual style it's got going on. I like that it's got a bit more visual detail than most traditional roguelites. Roguelikes. One of my problems with those types of games is often that you don't get any visual representation for your character's equipment. And Stone Shard does show that, so that I do appreciate that quite a bit. I like being able to see armor or weapons that you put on your character. And a lot of the turn-based games don't pick that, usually. I also just like the kind of general medieval fantasy vibe it has. You know, you can be a wizard, you can be a fighter, lots of different weapons to try. How do we want this to go? Just block Vol entirely. Could have kept an attack, though. We stop there. power, attack, and skill. Genetic will be the skill, I suppose. Go genetic. Bias cog. Let's go for the eyes. Remove all the debuffs. Get you Frost Orb. It's okay to take this fight kind of slowly. Although not too slowly. A bit nervous until we get our hands on... Go for him here. There it is. Okay. Okay. Now the part of the fight where we win begins. Perfect timing. I consider Wayward. I've never heard of Wayward. So I suppose that I don't know. Some of that juicy lightning. Play this too. I should try out Tome. I have had a lot of recommendations on that one. Good fight. Come to your doom, Mr. Hart. GG. You nerd. GG. Nice and buttery smooth run. All thanks to the power of transforming 2. We get started. Very cool. A great run. GG. GG, Twitch chat. Now what has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so shall I. Not too bad of a run. I really like any run that involves Frozen Core, and this run made really good use of it. With all the bias cognition nonsense. I mean, we always had Frost Orb generation, and that was very good. Why didn't I take Blizzard at the last shop? Because we don't actually generate very many Frost Orbs. We get a lot of Frost Orbs all at once, but we're not actually making that many per fight. Which means that the Blizzard does maybe 20 to 30 damage. Means it's no better than Sunder or the Streamline. Because this deck is really more about getting a large number of Frost Orbs and then just sitting on them. To make Blizzard work well, you want to be cycling Frost Orbs constantly. Keep playing Frost every time you draw them. And that makes Blizzard really strong. But we didn't have that. We did not have that. Next up, I want to do more Clad runs. I didn't feel satisfied with our Clad attempts earlier, so Ironclad is up next, Twitch chat. Before that happens, though, I am going to take a break, refill the water, stretch the legs. When I return, more Spire. Back in a bit, everybody. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. I'm going to play some more Nonsense Clad. Make no promises that I'm going to play well. Merely that I'm going to play. Let's see what happens. Hexaghost, huh? Let's try a boss swap. That certainly is a swap. Yep, that certainly is. All right. I do like that. Pyramid to start is ultra strong. You can build around that all run. Do have to get through a forced early elite, though. Shouldn't be too bad. Well said, Quiriyuya. Graphics are definitely not the end-all, be-all for a game. I do think that the games industry at large has suffered greatly for pursuing graphics above all else. But they are still important. Definitely need graphics to provide enough visual feedback and enough immersion to be enjoyable. Shockwave versus Second Wind. Interesting choice here. I like Second Wind a lot with the Pyramid. Doubly so if we got Hexaghost at the end of the act. Let's take the Second Wind. Have I played Banner Saga? Just the first one. I did kind of enjoy Banner Saga. Really kind of, though. Yeah, the combat had some bizarre mechanics. An initiative system that rewarded you for keeping enemies alive on very low health, rather than for killing things as quickly as possible. Definitely bizarre. Cool, we got the Shockwave too. I like it. Drunk Akuma, thanks for the Prime sub and the 8 months. 8 months is a long time. But it's a good time. Remove, transform, or upgrade. Feels like a good early transform here. We are nowhere near beating this elite yet. Let's transform. One strike into an Inflame. That's an upgrade. Get some strength. It's on Wild Frost. Very delightfully charming game. I personally didn't find Wild Frost challenging enough to be replayable long term. But that wasn't the case for most people. I want 2 more rewards. Ouch. Big ouch. Looking for better damage at this point. Flame Barrier is very cool, but we need to do some attacking. Pummel Strike counts as attacking. That's important for this fight. Big time. Pyramid's so good. One of the really strong early benefits of Runic Pyramid is that by retaining half of your deck in your hand, you ensure that you just keep redrawing the 3 cards you play. So if you play 3 strikes, you draw them again. You play 3 defends, you draw them again. And that way you have full options each and every turn. Searing Blow. Curious. That's a good Searing Blow. And I'm here to play for fun. So, let's do it. Just gotta beat the Gremlin Knob. Surely he's easy, right? Surely. Juggernaut's actually kind of cool. So is Second Wind. Second Wind is 15, or Barricade is 15 block here with the Second Wind. Take Barricade. But I also don't kill here. Miserable. Bummer. That's fine, though, because we have what we need here. The green key, pen nib, and some other stuff. The goal now, just upgrade this Searing Blow over and over and over again until we are all powerful. Pen nib Searing Blow is insane. I don't think so. I already afford a relic at the shop. Gremlin Horn is very good to make the Searing Blow feel less bad. Secret Weapon's cute. Card remove is very good. I can afford another remove here, too, so we will. Could have taken Anger to help with the pen nib. I don't think that's what I want, but it is an option. We forgot Dre, thanks for 2 months. Longtime YouTube viewer, really enjoying watching live. Glad to hear it. Just a smaller deck of cards is what I want at the moment. Headbutt. I really like Headbutt with Searing Blow, because we can use the Headbutt to put the Searing Blow back on top of our deck to play it again on the following turn. The secret to why Searing Blow can be good, each upgrade is worth more than the last here. The first upgrade is +4, but then you get an additional +1 per upgrade. So it goes +5, +6. Now for +3 to +4 is 7 additional damage. 27 goes to 34 here. And as we get more and more upgrades put into that card, it gets better and better and better. Do I dare Second Wind? I think that's fine. Looks like we win this pretty quick. We can burn the burns, too. Like that. Burn the burns. Yeah, like this. I'll just use the attack potion to make sure this goes well. Is that necessary? Doesn't look necessary, actually. We just bash Headbutt, and we're good. $108 damage. Per blam. No problem there. Offering is here. Corruption is here. Corruption with Shockwave is pretty powerful. Really nice energy-enabling card. So is Offering, though. Offering might be better, because it lets us do Searing Blow, Headbutt, Searing Blow. It's true we don't have a way to sustain ourselves, but it's also true that I don't give a crap about that. Can I take a Black Star here? That seems ambitious. And yet, with the Gremlin Horn, maybe it's not. That said, I don't like Black Star with Searing Blow, because I'm not going to path toward Elites with the same priority. It's not Fusion Hammer, though, that's for sure. Do not want the hammer. Could take no more potions. Problem is, these are short-term potions, not long-term potions. So I think I take Black Star. And we do what we can here. Is that going to work? I have no idea. Yeah, because the path with the most upgrades has no elites. I figured that might happen. Although I can do 2 elites and 3 upgrades. That's pretty good. What are long-term potions? Potions that are good in the heart fight. Potions like Ancient Potion, Weak Potion, Cultist Potion, Art of Iron, stuff like that. It's actually 2 paths that hit 2 elites and 3 fires. We get a shop. Don't want to go to a shop. Okay, so probably something like this. That seems fine. You can do 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades if I fight no elites. But with Black Star fighting no elites seems like a really stupid idea. So no thank you. And no need to go to a shop. We're too poor. Okay, preserving health could be a bit of an issue here. Yeah. Yeah, because of stuff like this. I could just second wind. I'm not going to. I'm going to play offering here. Easy peasy. Ouch. Ooh, gain 2 energy. I really like that. Definitely want more card draw now. This is not a good fight for us. Or is it? Aw. Oh, sweet. Nice. $54 damage. The power. That was a good fight. Feel no pain with a plus. It's also armaments, but Feel no pain with a plus is really good. Give that a yoink. Keep the current potions, I think. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Transform 2 cards. Transform 2 strikes. Or gain 3 strength on turn 1. I don't feel like 3 strength on turn 1 is that big a deal with Searing Blow. Let's transform 2 strikes. Into Shockwave Armaments. We get the armaments after all, and a second Shockwave. So A, I don't need to upgrade Shockwave. And B, the Feel No Pain is even happier now. Amazing. Question is, though, do we die to the snake plant? The answer is maybe. Maybe we do. Don't use my attack pot. Don't do it. Ouch, then. 10. Not happy with how this is going. We can... Oh, good lord. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, I think. But why, though? Play the top card of the draw pile for 0 cost and exhaust it. Interesting. I like it with the headbutt. I really like it. Heh 84 damage. Boop. Nice try, nerd. Trying to set up Pen Nib here. We could just kill, but I want Pen Nib on 9 for the elite fight. There we go. Onwards and upwards. On 8 for Bash? True, but we have Shockwave and Fear Pot, so I think 9. Upgrade the Stirring Blow. Not the armaments, the Stirring Blow. Although the armaments upgrade is decent. The damage, though. Is this just a kill? And that's why Stirring Blow's a fun card. Yeah, you can do that with this card. Pretty sick. Dual wield this power. Yeah, and as we get more upgrades, it only does that more reliably. Skip these. Ancient Potion doesn't do anything. Yeah, whatever. Highest I've gotten Stirring Blow upgraded. Highest I can remember permanently having it upgraded is about 17 or so. Using armaments, you can repeatedly upgrade it mid-combat, and I've done plus 100 using that. That was fun. Strikes for bites, but I have no strikes. Bummer. Bites are pretty good if you're trying to upgrade at every fire, but I don't want to lose 26 max health. That's too much. How did I get that many? I just had a really lucky path layout. It was like a lot of fires, and I might have had wing boots too. But yeah, I just had a lot of upgrades somehow. Not sure how. Would I take a Snecko Eye? Definitely not. We would strongly prefer energy of some kind. Reckless Charge. Interesting. With the Feel No Pain, I don't hate it. I don't think I need it, though. Skip. Can I cycle my Pen Nib in this fight? Maybe. Big maybe. Not if I get the Stirring Blow back, that's for sure. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, Pen Nib on 8 is pretty good. Probably not. Book of Stabbening. Hey, we even got the Bash, so this might even work. Although I think I'm going to Havoc here. Havocing feels good. Thank you for not ruining my Stirring Blow. Alright, sweet. Is this a kill? I think it might be again. Yeah, that's gonna kill. Definitely. $189 damage. One-shots the book. Get Charon's Ashes. When we exhaust a card, deal 3 to all enemies. That's pretty good. Warpaint will upgrade 2 random skills. Come on. Armaments. 1 time. Damn it. No times. Could take another Pummel Strike. Do I really want to? Not really. Second Headbutt, now that we have Havoc. Yes, 2 Headbutts is fine. And we upgrade, you guessed it, Searing Blow. Alright, the Bronze Automaton boss could be a little bit tricky here. Especially if my Stirring Blow were to get stolen. Be really careful with the Havoc here. If I Havoc and we hit Searing Blow, we lose the fight. So I must not do that. Let's do this. And then I think second wind all this stuff. Full block this turn. We lose a lot of our blocking power, but I'm fine with that. We do a lot of AoE as well. Bit overblock though. Oh boy. Searing Blow on the very bottom. You might even be stealing my Searing Blow. That's not acceptable. I cannot Fiend Fire here. Blood for blood is fine. Shockwave now. Need you to die now. Looks like we have it. Bonk. GG. Exhume and Impervious are kind of cool. Lots of things to Exhume here. Exhume could even let us Havoc more recklessly, because if we hit the Searing Blow, we can Exhume it. Impervious is just good. Reaper is healing, but I don't think we need the healing. And Mr. Gregor, thanks for the 10 months of support. Let's take the Exhume over the Impervious, I think. Let's try it. And then we have Energy, Energy, or Energy. They're all great. Do I prefer Slaver's Collar or Cursed Key? I like having more energy in the regular fights. I would have to take a Curse to take this, though, because we don't have the blue key yet. I guess I'll take the Color, then. I am not afraid of non-elite fights at all, because we can kill them in one hit. So, whatever. Wouldn't exactly call the rest sites plentiful, but there are some of them. We can get a few upgrades in addition to several elites fights, which are more than welcome here, given the Black Star. We get lots of relics if we kill elites. So I have a little bit of a weakly upgraded Searing Blow, but a probably pretty good deck overall, is my guess. As to what we're getting here. Nice. Hoping that'd be a bit smoother. Are multi-enemy floors an issue? No. Although this turn could be bad. Yeah, that's bad. That's pretty bad. Alright, I'm thinking Forge Pot here for the extra draw at minimum. Can headbutt the Pummel Strike. Like it. Kill with Charon's Ashes. You die too. Alright, Darkling's got ruined. Arma Plus. That I take. Because that can upgrade everything in our hand without having to upgrade directly. That's great. Very good. One. And then... And then... Then... The big bonk. Okay, we made it to the shop with hella money. We can buy things here, although the things that we can buy here don't seem like they're very good. Kunai, ain't it? Although, Flash of Steel just for Pen Nib is decent. We definitely want to remove a card. I might even argue that Inflame could be removed at this point. Could buy another Exhume. That's okay. Yeah, second Exhume is pretty good. No healing here, unfortunately. So I guess I'll buy an Exhume. And remove Inflame. Yeah, plus 2 damage on top of infinite damage is just not that helpful, right? Can Prismatic Shard find anything that helps with Searing Blow? It could find Lesson Learned. That would be kind of insane. But I'd rather have Ironclad cards, I think. I think so. I'm going to keep this money for the next act. Can Lesson Learned upgrade Searing Blow when there are other unupgraded cards? I'm pretty sure it can. Pretty sure it's allowed to. Burning Pact. Exhaust a card, draw some cards. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, for once, we finally have 4 energy per turn. And for once, we're finally going to use our offering. That was not correct, though. Unless I exhume offering, I don't really want to do that. I could fear pot. I'll do that. He did. We get healing in the form of the Toy Ornithopter and a potion belt to hold lots of potions that heal us. And a second Feel No Pain, which is an excellent source of block for our late game. This is really starting to come together now. Does Searing Blow keep the upgrades you give it in combat? No. Each combat you reset to just the basic value that your deck has. The buffs from armaments only apply for the current fight, and not any longer than that. More like Giant did. Giant dead, Giant hid. Let's go defend, headbutt, havoc, defend. That's pretty safe. Take 4. Not a very good situation. A potion here. Slightly better. Could do Arma, Feel No Pain, Exhume, Exhume. That gives me 8 times 3. Plus 4. That's good enough, actually, yeah. Oh, even better. Make a Zoom Master Strat. Yeah, we good. Sweet. How strong would I rate a slow potion that applies the slow effect to an enemy? Be kind of cool, actually. Be rather conditional. Your potion's better for many decks. Be a cool silent specific card, maybe. Slow being the debuff the Giant Head has. For every card you play on your turn, the enemy takes 10% more attack damage. We have Exhumes. Good talk. They're at it again, huh? big damage. Oops. Ow, I guess. It's fine. Singing Bull, Blue Candle, Corruption. Corruption in a deck with little energy and 2 Feel No Pains is very good. Makes all of our skills free, and they exhaust when played, therefore generating a ton of block. Love to see it. Gonna recall here, that way I can rest at the last site if I have to. I hope that we don't have to. But that's kind of up to the Darklings. Now, isn't it? Oh. Please don't kill me. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna do their best to just kill me. What if I just Armaments, Feel No Pain, Second Wind? We delete Havoc, Shockwave, Defend, Exhume. And I get 15, yes, 15 block per card. So we block 65. Incoming damage is only 58. So that's a full block. I'll take it. Love Tap, thanks for 27 months of support. Much love to you. Could have exhumed first. Maybe you should have. Didn't need to, though. It's all good. Here's Corruption. Welcome, Corruption. Heat points. Last elite fight for 2 more relics. It's Reptomancer. We got Searing Blow turn 1, which you normally love to see. I could try something really cheeky and play Bash on Repto, trying to get a Pennib kill next turn, but I don't think we can do that reliably. So I'm going to do this instead. Could run out of block pretty quickly, but if we're out of block, it means the only card in our hand now is Searing Blow. So probably things are fine if we reach that state. Nice fight. Get a Gambling Chip. We can discard any number of cards on turn 1. That's really nice. And I don't think I need any of this. Get. All right, that means we get one more upgrade on the Searing Blow, bringing it to +9. Really not that big of a Searing Blow. You want 10 or more at this point, usually. That said, the pen nib is putting in a lot of work, so whatever. Ouch. That's a nasty turn 1 from the Tim the Time Eater here. For once we'll use our offering. That's a bit more like it. Could even exhume that and do it again, which I will. Exhume Seeing Red. That's fine. There we go. Searing Blow. But the Searing Blow... Havoc the Searing Blow? That seems like a win. Rip that guy. Okay, next boss is the Awakened one. Not too many powers that we play in this deck. I'd say that I like what I see overall. It's fine. Ethical fight? No way, not with Karen's Ashes. Also, I need to kill them. It's gonna be necessary. Don't play the second win. That'd be really, really bad. Okay. Can Arma the Searing Blow. I think we have to kill a minion. Let's just do that. Corruption was the top card. That would have been nice. Put that a little bit later. Okay, we can headbutt a card and then Havoc that card. If we want to. I don't think I want second win in this fight. Actually, let's get rid of Corruption. Who's Corruption? We'll feel no pain, though. Havoc Searing Blow? Maybe not today. I guess I could, actually, because we can exhume it, right? Cute. I see. I gambled away seeing that. Very well. Havoc Headbutt if we want to. And we can actually just scale by playing the armaments over and over again, upgrading Searing Blow repeatedly for this fight. Now it's super powerful. Can't zoom it though. But I can Searing Blow and then Havoc. Maybe draw it back again. And if not, with other options. Nib on a better number would be preferable. How much work do I want to do to set up Pen Nib into Spear and Shield? It would be pretty important, actually. Is there any way to block for enough? Yeah. See what I can do here. Seems really tough. This is not going to work. So maybe... Good. Can't be vulnerable anymore, that's fine too. At least I hope so. We have to kill it now. Yeah, just Searing Blow Headbutt. Pen Nib on 7, that'll have to do. Okay. That's a lot better than what we had with Pen Nib on 0. 2297 is the score. Just a dang fun game, Chaos Soup. I really just enjoy playing Slay the Spire. Each and every time. That counts for quite a lot here. One more upgrade, plus 10. Wouldn't call this the best Searing Blow run ever, but it's definitely showing off what the card can do. And we have some great stuff at this shop. Dark Embrace is excellent. Panic Button is excellent. Hand Drill, less so. But 3 potions, yes please. And we can afford a card remove, also yes please. I'm going to remove Bash. Good. And drill OP. Good. Okay, I think we're winning this fight now. Got Dark Embrace Corruption down. That counts for quite a lot, usually. There's the Searing Blow. Sweet. Okay, who's dying? I think we actually kill this one. Wait, never mind. I'm silly. What do you mean, who? They're both dying, obviously. Lol. Get Helix and Bronze Scales. Talk about a duo for the heart, hey? Amazing. And 2 max health. Beautiful. Alright, get stomped. That's a pretty okay turn 1, actually. Definitely use the Thorns Potion right away. We wait on the others. And discard 1 Defend and an Exhume. Let's do that. Want 2 here. Offering would use the Helix if we played it. Currently, I'm not planning on playing it. Yet. We're just going to go Defend, Dark Embrace, keep the buffer, and see what is happening next turn. If it's multi-hit next turn, we'll figure out something. If it's single hit, we'll just use the buffer. Be careful about the Beat of Death, though. Multi-hit. Okay, that's not good. That's really not good. Ouch. I guess I play Offering now, then, because anything else will result in more damage taken from the Beat of Death. So we buffer for 6 with the Offering. Feels bad. That said, I've got some great defensive potions here, so I think we're still fine. Especially if I can get Panic Button into my hands. We can headbutt a card and do a thing to it. I'm not sure that I want to. It's an option, though. Let's start by Burning Pacting the Burn. There's Panic Button. And Searing Blow. Cool. Maybe just use the Speed Potion next turn, then. This turn we can Shockwave. Play the Slimed. Want a Panic Button next turn, ideally with the help of Armaments to make it a 30 block. Still Chaos is an option, too. Any card I don't want to Havoc? Yeah, I don't want to Havoc Second Wind. That's pretty good. Let's do some damage. This turn's easy enough to full block, especially if we utilize Corruption for help. And I don't see any reason not to. Utilize Corruption for help. And the Speed Potion. So just Corrupt first? Sure. Don't even need to use Panic Button, then. Let's get some more energy. So I can play Searing Blow. Alright, that caps damage and perfectly blocks, so we're good. Extend the weakness. And the other stuff too. Only card I can draw is Searing Blow. Play Searing Blow. Draw it again. Looks like this fight is over. GG, Mr. Hart. GG. No prob. The Searing Blow gets there. GG. Not too bad. Always love to get a Searing Blow in. Very, very fun. Looks like this deck blows. Wait, what? GG. GG. Yeah, what has it been done? The Ironclad sleeps. And so, Twitch chat, shall I? GG. Definitely a fun run. Thanks to the boss swap going into Hexagos. That turned out really, really well with the pyramid. Just a delight. 5-turn Corrupt Heart, 2-turn Shield and Spear. Very fast boss kills. Loved it. Well, that is all the Spire I've got today, though. Next up, we're going to be playing some Ace Attorney Chronicles. Ridiculous visual novel action. Before that happens, though, Twitch chat, I'm going to take another break here, refill the leg, stretch the water. So I'll be back in 5 or so minutes for some law-abiding action. If you're headed out, no worries, as I switch games. That's all cool. Our next stream is actually going to be on Monday. Normally we stream on Tuesday for the first day of the week, but Monday we'll be streaming this week with another Spire stream, as well as a sponsored segment of the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is kind of cool. Dr. Goomba Tower, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. All right, back in a few minutes. When I return, we switch games. Don't go nowhere, Twitch chat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, Twitch chat, we are back. Time for some Ace Attorney. Neat Burrito says, does Spire count an Ascension 20 run as a loss if you beat the final Act 3 bosses without all 3 keys? Now, that gets counted as a victory, or a non-true ending victory, you could call it. Victory with a question mark. But it goes in the run history as a win, if you don't go to Act 4, and you just beat the Act 3 bosses. And that will unlock the Ascension 20 achievement as well. Welcome back, one and all, to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Part visual novel, part crime scene investigation, 100% silly. This game has seen us as an aspiring law student, repeatedly being framed for crimes we did not commit. Last time we played, we solved the murder of our best friend, Kazuma, who was killed aboard a ship by slipping and falling, I guess, is how he decided he really died. He slipped and fell, which is kind of lame. Then they tried to cover it up or something. Now the good part begins. That's exciting. I'd heard it got better as you went a bit further, so quite excited to see what we get today. What will we be framed with? That is the question. The Adventure of the Runaway Room is our third adventure today. Awesome. Episode 3. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
Dun dun dun.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
In case we had any illusions that Herlock Sholmes would be departing the story.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Wait, what year is it supposed to be?
Like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great...
I thought we had cars already.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And
Yeah,
welcome
notably missing
to the
depictions of people
centre of the
emptying
world,
their chamber pots into the
Great
street
Britain's mighty
as
capital,
we pass by.
London.
Very, steampunk? Yes, this is what London looked like. 18th of February, 9:21 a.m., the British Supreme Court / Clock Tower. The Chief Justice apparently has his office in Big Ben. Did you know that, Twitch chat? That's factually true. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. A clock fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, because he's dead, so instead we're here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. Yes, our name is Ryanosuke Naruhodo. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan, the slow way. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. That's identity theft. You need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Oh, that's right, we've been cramming law for the last 4 weeks on the ship. Means I understand. That's great. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. Hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. So we're sorry for keeping you. Wow, that's quite a pair of chops, sir. Such piercing eyes. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. Again, my apologies. Oh no, don't mention it. We are never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am a male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. How did you know I was thinking that? It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryanosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. The birds. The capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yeah, that's just the coal fumes. Don't mind it too much. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great circle, in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and it will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times, we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Hey, our student. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that that's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Stronghearts. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo there would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. You see, I am law. The thing is, Lord Justice, or Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if maybe you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead, even though he did. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was a lawyer from Japan? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain, and he's dead. Well, the thing is, I'm a secret lawyer. I can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Something about his piercing gray eyes. How's it going, Tubsass? I'll be starting a brand new playthrough. Level 1, fresh game state. Showing the whole thing. Could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... There's no one. It's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? Prove it. Name 5 laws. Oh, I can't do that. I don't have any qualifications, actually. No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer before. Only once, as it happens. And I had a lawyer helping me. And I was the accused. And we didn't follow protocol. Evidence just kept getting introduced all the time. It's kind of fun. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Burya. Surprising amount about tea taxes. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, not what you might call a full education. I like that he looks at his watch, like, yeah, 50 days, I see. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I do have a sword. Think about that. Mr. Osogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. Because I will become him. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself or a bizarre infatuation with my former friend. However, let me assure you, I just love law that much. I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. Sir. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, that was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thank you? So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Let me ask you one thing first, sir. Do you feel lucky? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Osogi planned to do. Do you mean the crimes, too? Well, yes. Yes, I do. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there, suddenly? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. Just one, though. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely upon you. Really? Test. So, what form will the test take? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. From ninjas. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Right now. Brace yourself. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. That's right, this is a test of the lawyer, not a test of the defendant in any way, shape, or form. The facts of the matter, not important. What matters is our skill as a lawyer to get him not guilty. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial is it? Good question. No idea. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will die. Will be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short, C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that. Can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is not lose. Just don't get hit. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Not exactly. I've told you I'm capable. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. Trial begins soon. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Do it. All right then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... Can't do it. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. Lawyers make decisions in 10 seconds or less. Oh. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Huh? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is canceled. Thank you for stopping by. Get the hell out of my office. This conversation is over. Oh, no, I failed the test. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's all right. I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But my resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. But at this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. Banking. Followed by hanging. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Couldn't they hang him first? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. You. Really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. For 2 minutes and 16 seconds, and then get to the trial. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. I can examine things here. Uh-oh. She's got that look in her eyes. Miss Sasato, can I ask you something? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Sasato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. I need to throw you, I will. You could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. You need to ask me anything, it had better wait until we're in the Old Bailey. Okay. There will only be throwing. Oh, we had to do it before talking to Strongheart, I see. Too late now. Hopefully that's not important. '18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. But there's no sign of him at all. So, this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. Feels badass. Plot twist, we're the defendant? Yeah, feels right. Whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir? What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're here because, no need to explain, fella. I've been here myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000? Please, Miss Susato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the City of London tour 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ow. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Well, the thing is... Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. That'd be a weird thing for him to do. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called Irish Willy Wonka Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, I did. An entire park in central London. A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Irish Willy Wonka wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Irish Willy Wonka. What in the matter with London police, I ask ya? Gonna have a conniption. Don't pass out, buddy. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while this gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. Wonka, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands... What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yeah, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well, you're not wrong. I was thinking maybe you're just a pissant that nobody likes. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, that is. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Did he just say the Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barock von Zykes. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zuyck stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, The accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barock van Zykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed. The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Well, you showed your face here. I'd made up me mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. This man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will be beheaded. Immediately. I'll be right there. It's happening. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to do this. Or what I'm doing. But at least I'm not the defendant this time. Is this a typical courtroom decoration? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head, again. I know, but I just can't help it. Okay, who's the vampire? Is that the prosecution? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Irish Willy Wonka. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Yes, that is the prosecution. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. You know that is a mark against you, right? Huh? Oh, I see. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Uh-oh. A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. Wonka. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense, and we're in the capital, so, yeah, you could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Man, now the judge is racist? This is gonna be tough. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's just a student from some little island. Just a little island boy. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? Who am I kidding? No, we oppress them. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. Wonka. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000? Mother, please, can we go play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Wonka. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Couldn't he just give out some candy? Eloquently put, Mr. Wonka, and most laudable sentiments. Now, yeah, we've been over this. Japan is bigger than Britain, as far as islands go. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Has that guy got a knife? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. The manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Huh. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. I think she's supposed to be paying attention. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are the jury? Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan. Yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. We're doomed. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zykes. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. Over a century, in fact. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware? He's got a sword too. Oh no, he's a real lawyer. Leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for a century or more. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Heart Code, thanks for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. the victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service to the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to have been the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence, which we should read. And a crime scene photograph. And one further item of evidence. Prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Wonka's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Leather gloves have been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? Indeed. Let's take a look at these. Armband. Scales of Justice, a symbol of the defense. Scales are a symbol of fairness to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law, except Easterners. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side. Be impartial, I'm sure. I see there's a name here, yeah. Lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Azuma Asogi, this was his band. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Maker. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Death via bleeding. This is definitely blood, isn't it? The most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. Wonka right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little bit earlier. Pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Bayo Vaga, thank you so much for 2 months of support. You're welcome. For everything. Okay, seemingly nothing of significance on any of these items at the moment. Backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Yeah, just wander into Russian a little bit. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Willy Wonka. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Wonka. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Now I ask you, is what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Furious typing. Ordar! 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 Is what he said, apparently. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin. Get it, coffin? For the accused. Oh, shit. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Somebody get that guy a coat. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is Beppo. Drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. I also do chin modeling in my spare time. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of yous present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victims and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony... it's sort of shit, ain't it? Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case... how could these two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about omnibuses? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? No? Only got here this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire thing? Bailiff! Summon the omnibus. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous into the courtroom. As you can see, the omnibus pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers are seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Skylights? Oh shit. The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylights. Makes perfect sense, actually. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been entered into the court record. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I helped myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Indeed. Let's do that. Let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. It's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole expedition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. And another poster. Oh, I see. There's Crystal Tower actually depicted. Makes more sense. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for 2 gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. it would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? I wonder if there's a reason for that. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wondered? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Handle. Oh, the handle on the thing. Thank you. Whichever way you look at it, doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Yeah, I thought there might have been a separation here. The seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. Storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. No space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Interesting. A lamp on the outside. Seems to be everything in here. Phoenix Wright's name is here. Interesting. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. You like how we can't see the courtroom through the windows? Yeah, that's more than the 3DS can handle, processing-wise. You can't have more than one model at a time, pretty much. This is already we're pushing the console to its limits. Not that I'm running on a 3DS, but this game was coded for one. You must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money for that? Seems cold. Just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Oops. Make sure I got everything. Definitely see inside. Not good for us. Front seat. The driver's seat has nothing. Well, the front seat does, maybe. But this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. Yeah, we already saw this. Okay. I think that's everything then. Feel free to let me know if I did miss something on this thing. I'm going to proceed, though. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. That was Russian. Really got to talk to more Transylvanians so I can land the accent better. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Rianusk. Focus. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, yes, that's right, sir. Not at all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. Hugh Bayer, thanks for the Prime sub and the 8 months. You're right with that, sir. No other passengers. So nobody fled the scene of the crime. I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does, every evening, the last bus of the day. I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window is right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Wonka. I know that hat anywhere. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Wonka is a gentleman of small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Wonka and Mr. Wonka. Deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. Wonka, excuse me. There is no room for doubt here. Uh-oh. I really wish there was. And out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Sir, no one with a chin and facial hair like yours is considered trustworthy. Didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little bit more detail, if that's... My lord! Huh? Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this interruption? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Is that how it works? Apparently that's how court works. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury... That's not a thing. It is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. That's not a thing. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. That's right, no, that's how they choose the Pope. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. That's right, the jurors publicly reveal their verdict one by one during the middle of the trial for everyone to see. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed I did, couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, one that fits. So I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge knife. A grim sight indeed. It didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. Wonka is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, it is. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Which I bring up coincidentally. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter W for Wonka. Uh-oh. W is for Wonka? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere, and W's. It could be either letter, really. Which way is up on a knife? Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. A murder weapon has been entered into the court record. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Also, it's a sword. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what a blade looks like. Yep, this has definitely been used to stab somebody. Looks a lot like blood. Surely is blood, the victim's blood. An Englishman's blood. Looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? I thought it'd be green. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. It definitely says W for Wonka. An ornate lettered W, undeniably Mr. Wonka's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah. What is it? Look at this W. If you turn it upside down, it becomes an M. That could change everything. An M? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all what you're talking about, but what I am sure of is that this is a W. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. Alright, that was fun. My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. Wonka is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, screw that guy. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish! It's going badly. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. The silent hold it. I have painstakingly timed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Dun dun dun. We're gonna need the old lady's help for this. It's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I won't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Right, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. So help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Yeah. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. Wonka really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. You're right. Let's listen to those witness statements again. A little more carefully this time. Okay. Pressed on these. So just press them. I'm gonna be on loop here until I do something different. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, that would be the passenger, sir. Collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Wonka, the brickmaker. Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. I keep calling them both Wonka. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Wonka. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Stabbed, you say? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murderer being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me? It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. It's all up to Grandma now. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the ma'am says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind. which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your learning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Wonka Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, can we go to the Wonka Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Willy Wonka really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Willy Wonka has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls, and I would know. What? Stone the crows? Wonka lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So, has this thought not crossed your minds? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability? It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Willy Wonka. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Willy Wonka. Don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Miss Usato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. Wonka. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zyke's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Ah. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. But a pity that your display of courage is in vain. Get it? Vain like blood? Ha ha. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. and pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Council. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Victim owed 20 guineas. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. But look here. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets on London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought look inside? It's not as though we may know of any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we do find. Scribbles. It's all scribbles. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see this name here? Bruce Fairplay. Would that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. The witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yeah, that banker. Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Compromised witness, huh? And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, this is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Uh-oh. We lose. Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about what you're doing. I don't stand for nonsense. No. Burnination. Despair. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. I don't have a button that says objection. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Sounds tough. Let's do that. A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Again, pot calling the kettle black. Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. Is a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So, you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use the summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefits, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, good news for you. I'm not self-respecting. Let's go. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and forgotten, and useless, it's not extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Assert our right. The defense wishes to exert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's all right, it's all right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so I started taking a nap. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot here. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying, Lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. All right then, the summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Perfect way to prove that we're a lawyer. Might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Willy Wonka, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Present. This time, no, I can't. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what am I supposed to do? No idea? Right. Okay. Do you have any idea? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom. And that's the way to break them, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions and pit the jurors against one another to break them. All right, I might be able to do this. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury. Execution. Examination. So I've got pit and press.
Hold it!
Don't stab anyone. You're fine to talk with that sword hanging from your waist. It's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same. All stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words.
Objection!
That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that Small Shorty is a rotten Shylock. Does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please, be careful what you say. He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, but as far as I'm concerned, he's as guilty as sin. The man can hang. Come to think of it, didn't one of the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? 4 pence? That's right. As the guild master, I decided to set a policy for all drivers across the city. 1 fare no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say? Yes, and this murder on one of our buses is extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to decline in passengers, you mark my words. It's all that rascal's fault. Is it the crime or his buses he's more worried about? Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. If the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin. I'm saying 20.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? MC Squank, by the way, joining the illustrious list of channel cuties. All hail Twitch chat. We got a new cutie in the chat. McSquank. You're on the list. You are on the list. I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have these precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, that's 16 pence. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? That's what I said, damn it. You have to repeat everything I say all the time like a damn reality show? Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. Figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. All right then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, If you never deliver a verdict, the trial will never end. We'll all be trapped here forever. Perfect. You simply launch a ball into the innocent fire. Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Well, that was easy. For the love of Mike! Mike? For the love of Mike. Not you. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters or arithmetic. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You did it. If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. And that's where you must strike next. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Slipshod bookkeeper.
Hold it!
Could there be some other explanation, something we haven't considered yet? Such as? That's not for me to say. Now listen here. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're, Nipponese. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view now, does he? No, I'm gonna have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said.
Hold it!
How about you? What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. Should have thought it was obvious. I am recording everything. Isn't that the stenographer's job? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used his gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times. And I might add, each time you have gawped like a simpleton. Thank you. So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I have drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes it extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. Not guilty. The scoundrel.
Hold it!
Wait. I really think you should stop waving that needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. It's a different stabbing demonstration than the other guy did. Can't have been stabbed in both ways. Yes, yes. Time for pitting. Yeah, thank you for the recap. Not right now. Thank you.
Objection!
Those two statements are contradictory. Explain, counsel. Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It's like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Is that me? Would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move! Take a look at these 2 jurors. Stabby? Sideways. Stabby? Downways. Well, I never. They're different? They're stabbing in different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that this entire affair is bullshit. There's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? They? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never know. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Can't abide people telling lies. Have more fire. Scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's a foreigner. He's a devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, dark jinx. What? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're gonna stab me. They're ready to kill each other. No, they're ready to kill me. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? No? That is not possible. Single stab wound to the abdomen. Yeah, that's not possible. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Some irrefutable hard evidence, as you wish. I'll give you the proof. I'll give you all the proof. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen 1 time. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. They're blurg. All right, I concede defeat. Let's go in JP6. That is pretty cool. Wait, That means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won? Wouldn't quite say we've done that. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. For the love of Mike is an actual saying, apparently. What do you mean? Well, we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. And enjoy it a little bit too much, it looks like. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zykes, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. But first, another glass of blood. I am thirsty. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes! B.E., thanks for 35 months. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. As did we all. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Begin Phase 2. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we had just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, coachman. I believe it's, Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh no. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's too much. Tell you, I saw Wonka stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yeah, definitely. Council, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny? It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman? I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor to the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20. Done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. I wonder why that is, Susato. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Yes. I do. Cross examination. That's where you examine the jurors while they're angry. Or the witnesses, rather. Keep pressing them. So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? When am I allowed to present things? No. It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. Getting chilblains just listening to you. I've heard that word. Chilblain. Just wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus. Areas of inflammation and swelling on your skin. You mean goosebumps? Is that just goosebumps? Oh, I can present... Yeah, I can present. Different than goosebumps. Okay. Okay, we should present the debtor's ledger to that guy.
Hold it!
Does that mean that everybody on board paid 5? Well, I paid 5 pence too. And I just told you that I did. Flat fare of 5 pence across the board. Not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed. He's gone, dead and buried. Like a vampire. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place.
Objection!
Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? Let's not. Not a valid presentation. Exactly. There's nothing striking. What to strike me is your propensity for the inane. Oof. Okay.
Hold it!
Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. Didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming. Even when I'm eating. It's tough.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. Wonka, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said. It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Weird.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? That's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream. I expect that was me, sir. Then when it turned around, I saw through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head... No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Ruth! Excuse me.
Hello? What are you saying? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Wait. He, in this case, is who? Mr. Fairplay or the guy I was just talking to? Deeply unclear. Mr. Fairplay. Some days are like that. You're always peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus. See stuff you don't. I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. I can do that. I'll tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man?
Hold it!
Can I press further here, or... Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Oh, hey, something I can disprove, finally. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm sure of what I saw. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. We can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, thank you for the...
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick. There was definitely blood all over them. Both. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh yeah, that's right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Arrgh. He's gnawing on his cane. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. Arrgh. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, "Hirg," it was both hands. Dude's got a bad case of pica. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Arg,
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You cannot justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains. And it remains like a dead guy? The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood, quote, all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Garg! Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. Get it, gold? I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. Is that really the case? Oh, now we have to present the thing. If we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, that we had tried to present earlier and were punished for, now would be the time. Oh, yeah. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove! Are you sure? That's a real name. That's an actual saying. Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. I don't like the saying, though. It should be by Zeus. By Zeus! Garg! Yes. Very well. I hereby call on Zeus to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the courts. Debts. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. Wonka. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Or should I say, Unfair Play. What? Mr. Unfair Play, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Arr. Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Wonka were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to be? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Arg! True accusations always make them scream. Ordar! Ordar! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Wonka's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
Again, not true. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying... I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? Blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw... There was blood on both hands of the assailants. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attackers' hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really saw. Press him.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. Maybe he was only wearing one glove. Steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood deliciously dripped from the accused fingers. However, didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. Arg. But, for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. It was just trying to save us all some time. Yeah, no chance of that, buddy. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the Derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend and it was a sure thing. Sure. I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Did you borrow money from work and then lose it? I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you have bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one glove, blah, 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 yeah. That's right. Thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. Wonka sitting beside the other fellow, I don't think he had gloves on. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. Wonka's gloved hands. It wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to stay you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have seen London? No? Oh, come on. You didn't even see that? It's cold, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. My head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage.
Hold it!
And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Yeah, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yeah, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin? It might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? My golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the wood. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? So from up here you have a cone of sight. You can definitely see this chair, but not here. You can't see this chair. Right here.
Take that!
Take that! Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylights, is as I've drawn here. That's right, the cone. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Garg!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I don't know if that was racist or not, so I'm just gonna sit here in stunned silence. Concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Put a name to the passenger? I don't think so. Who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Yeah, I've got no idea. We don't even have anybody else to suggest that it was. Grandma! Let's... Let's see who my options are, I guess. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Indeed. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Here goes. On the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was the Chief Justice. Magnus? What do you mean 32? How you... This man is not 32. Get out of here. Well, it can't be any of these three, because we know where they were sitting. So it has to be... Male or Van Zykes? It'd be very funny if it was Van Zykes. Oh yeah, it's got to be an M, right? It has to be a name with an M. Male Strongheart. He does look kind of nefarious, right? Let's accuse the Chief Justice. This is quite a leap of logic and faith here, but let's see what happens.
Take that!
Yes! Concealed in the blind spot of the cabin that night was none other than this unexpected passenger. Whatever so-called logic you use to arrive at that conclusion, it matters not. Because your answer has made one thing abundantly clear. The real blind spot is inside your head, and it would appear to be unusually large. Okay, it was not him. Is speculating in chat backseating? No, it's not. It's totally fine. Also, this game requires insane leaps of logic at times, so sometimes I do appreciate the help, because it would be injurious to me to figure out what the game wants me to do because of how stupid it is. And we are working on the assumption that he is innocent of the crime. Yeah, sure, but why? That must mean then that there was someone else inside the omnibus with Mr. Wonka, the true culprit. Exactly what I've been... Of course, so the two people sitting inside the cabin that the witnesses saw through the skylight that night, they were the victim and the real culprit. It does seem as though we've all been making a false assumption. Witnesses weren't looking at Mr. Wonka at all, meaning he has to have been sitting somewhere else. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. Wait. So we're saying that it was Magnus himself. Actually, that does make sense.
Take that!
Passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Wonka. Wonka? Mr. Wonka? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
many glasses did you bring with you? If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zykes, people talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a little island boy of an artless backwater, such as yourself, might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the facts. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. But if the victim was really sitting beside Mr. Wonka, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
Just objecting to each other now. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
When elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. I would know, being a hatter. And what particular styles of hat did the gentleman sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? Or like a bad hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in the cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. Vanka, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin with which he traveled. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Wonka would have been unaware of it. Ordar. Yeah, he was asleep, right? Yeah, he said he was asleep. There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. Vanka, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. What if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Mr. Wonka is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? He must testify. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to proceed with the plot. The defense would like to call Mr. Wonka to the stands. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. I need a little time to consider this. I'm hungry, man. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. Wonka has to say. Get the man out of here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be very lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Wait, is there actually a moment in an Ace Attorney game where you use a spirit medium to communicate with a dead? That's great. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. Wonka. Lots of moments. Many times, they say. Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? I kind of tuned out, I'm going to be honest. To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Gad, no, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. Wonka? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You what? No. Willy Wonka. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zykes. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. But if the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Smoke? Fire! There's a fire! Look! Someone's trying to get away! After them! I can't see anything through all this smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. See, this is what happens when you have open fires in your courtroom as part of the proceedings. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. To be continued. Twitch chat. To be continued. That Twitch chat, however, is where we're going to have to leave things off for today. After the first part of the third trial of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, we will be back to continue this trial and hopefully find its exciting conclusion next Saturday, a week hence. But alas, Twitch chat, our time together is up for the day. We're going to be back on Monday, not Tuesday like normal, but Monday, Eastern Standard Time at noon. Playing up some Slay the Spire and then doing a sponsored segment for the Rogue Prince of Persia. Should be kind of cool. But until then, Twitch chat, I must bid you all adieu. So I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend and a great evening besides. See you later, Hodo the Door, Quiriyui Up, Argits Blarg, Jubal the Lion, Helm Shank, and everybody else. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Until then, friends, toodaloo, and good evening.